The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question, the House Resolution 93, and adoption of House Resolution 93 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the ordering the previous question in House Resolution 93, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 2, House Resolution 93, resolution provided for consideration of the bill H.R. 27 to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
The question is, on ordering the previous question, members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 208. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 208. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thanks a bunch. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
On this past Saturday, February 1st, 2025, United States Capitol Police recruit officer Christopher Katz was tragically killed in a car accident in Glenn County, Georgia. 5 other Capitol Police recruits were seriously injured in the crash as well. Chris was an ambitious young man who had dreams of serving his country and his community. He had several career options in law enforcement, but chose the United States Capitol Police due to their rich history and dedicated service to the United States. He had tremendous respect for the critical role in protecting the nation's elected officials and the institutions of democracy. Chris's family and friends remember him for his unwavering dedication to service and his love of life. He was a young man with a bright future, taken far too soon, but he will be forever remembered for his passion, kindness, and commitment to making a difference. We're thankful for his service. Every single day, members of the Capitol Police put themselves in the line of danger to protect this great institution and those of us who work and visit here. Our prayers and sympathies are with the United States Capitol Police community, these officers, and their families. On behalf of myself, Ranking Member Joe Morelle, and the House of Representatives, I ask that the United States House of Representatives observe a moment of silence. Thank you, and I yield back.
Let me see if I need glasses for this or not. Okay, the chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Mr. Kevin Jones, who retired as the Brunswick Police Chief after an exceptional 30-year career in law enforcement. His dedication to service has had a lasting impact on the community. Chief Jones served as Brunswick's police chief since February of 2019, focusing on modernizing policing practices, enhancing officer training, and improving public safety efforts. His leadership emphasized transparency, accountability, and community trust, earning respect from citizens and city official programs, and improved police-community relations. His dedication made Brunswick a safer place to live, strengthened ties between the community and law enforcement, and increased confidence in the department. Chief Jones announced his retirement in October of 2024, ensuring a smooth leadership transition for the department. He has mentored many officers, ensuring the next generation of leaders is ready to step up. Chief Jones leaves behind a legacy of integrity, leadership, and service that will continue to inspire the community for many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
All right, next one. All right. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker, I rise to request unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak out on behalf of our beleaguered federal workforce, which is currently under attack by the Musk-Trump-Vance administration. Trump's OMB nominee, Russell Vought, said, quote, "We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma." Well, Mr. Speaker, they're in trauma. Literally on my way to the floor to vote tonight, I received a text from a federal employee that said simply, "Help us!" exclamation point. Who exactly is the Musk-Trump-Vance administration terrorizing? The people who make sure your food is safe to eat, your water is clean to drink, and the air is clean to breathe. The people who work tirelessly to keep pregnant women, asthmatic children, and people with cancer from dying. The people who make sure you fly safely. The people protecting American lives here and around the globe through diplomacy, intelligence gathering, and fighting crime. To the federal workforce, I see you. I'm doing everything I can to help you. I won't quit. Please don't quit either. Thank you, and I yield back.
Fired. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate an extraordinary milestone, the 100th birthday of Alan Kinder, a man whose life embodies resilience, courage, and a passion for service. Alan's story is one of bravery, from storming Omaha Beach during the second wave of D-Day to surviving the Battle of the Bulge. After his heroic service in defense of our nation, he returned home to build a life filled with family, purpose, and more adventure. Alan has been both a witness to history and a keeper of it, reminding us all of the sacrifices made for our precious freedom. And yet, it's his warmth and compassion that shines the brightest. Both Alan's kindness and the stories of his remarkable service have left an indelible mark on every person lucky enough to know him. Alan, on behalf of the 9th District, I wish you a wonderful and very happy 100th birthday and entire 100th birthday year. And I thank you for your service, your stories, and your example. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for 1 minute to address the House and to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise tonight to speak directly to the American people and to our federal workers, not only across the country, but especially in New Mexico. I know that many of you are feeling frightened, uncertain, and under attack But I want you to know that Democrats have your back and are fighting back using every tool that we have, the courts, the Congress, fighting back in our communities, fighting back against an unqualified, unvetted billionaire who is stealing your data, taking your jobs, dismantling our federal agencies, and freezing the funds that make our communities run. You have dedicated your careers to ensuring that this great nation can serve our people, and we say to you, hold the line, because we have your backs. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask to speak for a minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks. There's been such good news coming. It seems like every day out of the White House, it's easy to lose track of some of the executive orders coming from President Trump. But I'd like to bring attention to one today, and this is one that once it's in effect, there's nothing they're going to be able to do to stop it. And that is his order reinstating service members discharged under the military's COVID-19 vaccination mandate. It's hard to believe that only 4 years ago we had people who were demanding that, or a president who was demanding that all our brave service members had taken experimental vaccine, and if they didn't take it, they would be removed from the service. President Trump has reinstated these folks, a great man of compassion, a man who respects independent thought, unlike a lot of people who feel, oh, you know, one guy who went to college told me this, I better do it. I know a lot of other people who didn't get the vaccine. They were did a very good job of researching it and had solid reasons. So I would like to thank President Trump for reinstating all of our brave servicemen who were unfairly forced from the military. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I know that Black History Month is a time to celebrate and recommit to the fight for justice and black liberation in the Michigan's 12th Congressional District and beyond. I am proud that I was born and raised in the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, the city of Detroit, where movements are born, where history is made every single day. Time and time again, we see efforts to erase our history. Systemic racism continues to be codified into our laws and into our budgets. I know the current administration is now attempting to dismantle foundational civil rights protections, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and roll back our hard-won progress here in our country. And no matter how much they want to whitewash it, they cannot erase Black history. Black history is American history. There would be no United States of America without the contributions of our Black neighbors. Black lives matter, and Black history matters. With that, I yield.
The gentleman from Texas, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I'd like to seek unanimous consent for my 1 minute remarks and to revise the extent.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand in unwavering support of our nation's federal employees, many of whom live and work across the Texas 18th Congressional District. As a proud member of the Congressional Labor Caucus, I am here to say loud and clear, America needs its federal workforce, and we will not sit by while their jobs, their rights, and their livelihoods are under attack. Federal employees ensure the safety and well-being of every American, and these efforts to reduce federal workers will only bring them harm. Thousands of federal workers in Texas' 18th Congressional District serve vital roles, including health care, transportation and safety, Social Security, and much more. To every dedicated federal employee, our message is clear. We have your back. We will fight in Congress. Work does not go unrecognized. I urge my colleagues to stand against this calculated attack on federal workers and the values of public service. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia seek recognition?
Recorded my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding to me. These are unprecedented and extraordinarily difficult times for our federal employees. The Trump administration seems intent on dismantling much of the federal government in violation of the Constitution, federal statutes, and federal regulations. The administration has relentlessly attacked federal employees, subjecting them to chaos and fear. The administration has imposed a hiring freeze, offered deferred resignation, fired employees, put employees on leaves, effectively established federal and ended telework and remote work. The administration is not alone in attacking federal employees. The House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform, on which I serve, has held 2 hearings in Congress, and both were designed to demoralize federal employees. As I said at the first hearing, federal employees deserve praise for their expertise, dedication, and service, not derision. Let's be clear what is motivating these actions. They are designed to give experts, to get experts to quit the workforce. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to address for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Elon Musk invested $277 million into Donald Trump's election. I guess that's the price to take over our federal government. Elon Musk is worth over $400 billion, meaning his contribution to Trump is same as about $130 for an average American. Mr. Musk, the government is not a private enterprise. It serves the American people, not the wealthy shareholders. Thousands will die around the world because U.S. aid won't deliver life-saving food and medicine. Millions will lose control of their personal information, social security numbers, banking information, social security checks, Medicare benefits. Elon Musk does not care about you because he does not have to and he does not want to. Rest assured, Democrats care, I care, and we will be using every tool at our disposal to get rid of this unelected, power-hungry, egocentric billionaire. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise for every American whose life is made better because of the work of federal civil servants. President Donald Trump and his power-crazed posse of billionaire bosses are firing our federal workers. Our quality of life is degraded and diminished because of that. They're moving to install their unqualified followers to do the dirty work of a hostile takeover of every facet of our lives, like Medicaid, the Weather Service, and the Department of Education. Their deferred resignation plan is a scam. Firefighters, nurses, TSA agents, park rangers, foreign aid workers, they are refusing to go quietly in the face of an authoritarian, and I commend them. America is indeed at a fork in the road. Do we want qualified, respected workforce serving us, or do we want an army of clueless yes men working to serve the selfish rich? I know what I want, what the American people want, and what the people deserve: a government that works for them. Thank you to our federal workforce and our civil servants. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Congressional Labor Caucus comes today to oppose the Trump administration's unlawful and unconstitutional attacks on federal workers. Our federal workforce has the experience and the expertise that America needs. We must protect the public, the air that we breathe, the water we drink, the medicine we take, the food that we eat hangs in the balance. This fight is too important. We cannot allow the Trump administration to replace a competitive merit system with a political spoils system. That is why we will keep fighting in Congress and in the courts. I have my colleagues with me today who've come to express their concerns, and I now yield 2 minutes to my friend, Representative Norcross.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as co-chair of the Labor Caucus, we're here to speak today on something I didn't think we ever had to do. We had to talk about the hard work of our federal workforce, those federal workers who get up every day to go to work, the ones that keep our food safe to eat, the water safe to drink, and the air safe to breathe. Federal workers are nurses, they're doctors, they're in the VA taking care of our vets each and every day. They're civilian DOD workers. That's right, working in the Pentagon and around the world to make sure that our military is ready to go. They're the ones who are processing Social Security checks for our seniors. Yes, the TSA agents every time we go to the airport. And Trump is making it hard, almost impossible for them to do their jobs. He wants them to quit. They dedicated their life for us, the federal workforce. Who are they? They're you and me. They say they have to come back to the office when it's more efficient for a person agreed upon with management to work from an absolute different location. I would suggest, if you really want to know where federal workers are, they should go look at the offices where your member is supposed to be showing up. Tell me how many times they go to the office. But that's what we're dealing with. Trump is revoking their union contracts. The contracts which they negotiated legally and trying to be enforceable. So important. Trump doesn't have the authority to change his agreement, but he's doing it, and it's going to take our courts to turn this around. America's civil service is a merit system. Trump signed another executive order to remove jobs from the nonpartisan civil service. So here we are, folks, back again. Your civil servants who wake up every day to help us. I'm not seeing any of those civil servants fly in their private airplanes like Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump. They're just regular people like you and me trying to get by. And as we have this discussion with all the Labor Caucus, I want to just take a minute to thank Glenn Ivey, who represents so many federal workers back in his district, Stephen Lynch, who's been leading our fight at the Postal Service. But folks, at the end of the day, we have to stick together. Right there, carved into the wood, says union, and that's what we have to do. God bless you, and to every federal worker, thank you for what you do. And I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield 1 minute to Ms. Schakowsky of Illinois.
I want to thank Congressman Ivey for yielding to me. This is so important. And yet, we should be ashamed of the way the Trump administration has been absolutely attacking our federal workers. The people who go to work every single day to do important functions, they don't have any ulterior motive. They are doing things like making sure that our senior citizens get their medications, that we take care of our veterans who need help. These are the kinds of things that they are servants to all of our people. They are doing their best job, and yet they are being criticized. And I think that we want to say a big thank you. And I pledge to all of our federal workers that I will be here to praise you, to protect you, to say that you have not only every right, but every privilege of serving the American people as you have done day in and day out. So I say hooray to the workers who do so much every single day, not asking for any special awards, but do the work that the people of the United States need, and we have to thank them every single day for their work and not denigrate them as the Trump administration has done. With that, I yield.
I thank my colleague and now yield 2 minutes plus to Representative Sanchez.
Thank you. I want to thank Glenn Ivey for his wonderful work. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of our nation's federal workers. As a member of the Labor Caucus, I stand with the essential workers who provide critical services to the American public. Make no mistake, we are seeing a direct attack on our democracy right now. Efforts to shut down federal agencies are designed to erode our nation's foundation. No one, not the president, not an unelected billionaire, has the right to single-handedly dismantle federal agencies created and funded by the Congress. Yet that is exactly what is happening. President Trump has surrendered control over to Elon Musk, allowing him to dismantle our institutions without any oversight. This is a blatant abuse of power, and it's happening on this Congress's watch. They've attacked federal workers, replacing skilled civil servants with political loyalists. They've targeted and smeared public employees who have served this country honorably, many for decades. They're even rejecting union contracts that were lawfully negotiated between the government and workers. This is union busting, plain and simple. As a former union member, I won't stand for that. These contracts are protected by law and cannot be changed on a whim or, more likely, on a tantrum. It gets worse. Elon Musk's Doge has even infiltrated the Treasury Department. He and a bunch of 20-somethings now have access to the federal payment system and the confidential data of almost every American. Why on earth do a bunch of kids who are not even legally old enough to rent a car need access to Americans' personal information and data? Why should they have their hands on your Social Security or Medicare payments, or see whether you or a loved one has a disability, or whether or not you received a tax refund? This isn't just a violation of privacy, it's a breach of the trust of the American people that they put in government. Doge needs to be held accountable for its unlawful actions, and Democrats are and will continue to fight back. We are demanding hearings, investigations, and supporting lawsuits that seek to protect your very personal information. But we need the few Republicans in this body who care about the rule of law to join us in this fight. We need to defend Congress's constitutional authorities, the power of the purse, and oversight of the executive branch. We need Republicans to stand up for all Americans. To all federal workers, please know, you are essential. America values you, we need you, and we have your back. When you're attacked, every American who depends on you is also attacked. I once again thank my colleague, Mr. Glenn Ivey, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield 2 minutes to my colleague, Representative Pocan from Wisconsin.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Ivey for convening this special order hour and for his hard work on behalf of the federal employees and all workers in his district. As a co-chair of the Congressional Labor Caucus, I'm proud to stand with our essential workers who keep the government running every day. But since day one of this administration, President Trump has relentlessly attacked federal employees as he and Elon Musk seek to eliminate many nonpartisan career public servant jobs across the country. These attacks on federal workers are straight out of the Project 2025 playbook. Unelected billionaire Elon Musk has been bulldozing through the federal workforce, demanding the firing of hundreds of thousands of employees whose only fireable offense is trying to serve the American people. Federal workers are nurses and doctors at veterans hospitals. They process Social Security checks for seniors. They are TSA agents and air traffic controllers who keep us safe when we fly. More than 85% of the federal workforce operates outside of Washington, D.C. In my home state of Wisconsin, there are 18,000 federal civilian employees, including over 5,800 federal workers in my district alone. In the last 2 days, my office has gotten over 1,000 constituent calls with people angry, hurt, and terrified that the services they use every day will vanish along with the workers who make these programs run. An attack on federal workers is an attack on the services that Americans rely on every day. And Elon Musk and Trump will continue to put lives at risk as they seek to cut $4 trillion over the next 10 years to pay for tax cuts for Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and the wealthiest. To all the selfless civil servants, our message is clear. America needs you, and we have your back. We are fighting in Congress to oppose Donald Trump and Elon Musk's baseless attacks on you and your important work, and we urge you to stand strong. I yield back.
I thank my colleague. I now yield 2 minutes to Mr. Menendez of New Jersey.
Thank you, and I want to thank my incredible colleague, Glenn Ivey, for convening us here today and for the opportunity to speak. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solidarity with our nation's federal workers, including the more than 22,000 who live and work in the great state of New Jersey. Our federal workforce is a vital cornerstone of our work to protect the most vulnerable amongst us, grow our economy, protect our national security, and to keep us safe. In Newark, our air traffic controllers and TSA agents devote their careers to keeping our skies safe and getting us to where we need to go safely. Social Security employees in the Hoboken field office assist our seniors and those with disabilities in receiving the benefits they have earned and depend on. And USCIS officials in Newark assist immigrant families with processing their visas, green cards, and applications for naturalization. Our nation runs because of federal workers, and an attack on them is an attack on the services that Americans rely on every day. Along with my Democratic colleagues, I want to make our message to federal employees clear. We have your back, and we will not back down. We will continue to oppose this administration's baseless and lawless attempts to diminish the important work you do every day. Our civil service is a merit system protected by the right to due process, and attempts to implement Schedule F, union bust, and undermine our collective bargaining process will be met with swift and unyielding resistance from me, the Congressional Labor Caucus, and my colleagues on this side of the aisle. The decision to enter public service is an honorable one, and millions of federal workers and retirees have made that decision deserve our support. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I now yield 2 minutes to Representative McLean Delaney of Maryland.
Mr. Speaker, as a proud member of the Labor Caucus, I rise today to stand up against the administration's actions against our 2.2 million federal workers, including 35,000 of them in the 6th District of Maryland. America's greatest asset is its people, and our dedicated civil servants are no exception. I am so deeply troubled by the administration and Elon Musk's efforts and actions to access every American's data, and to, more importantly, access the U.S. Treasury Department's federal payment system, including U.S. taxpayers' confidential financial information, to slash critical federal programs, and to threaten the termination of thousands of federal workers. I'm even greater alarmed by the Trump administration's flagrant efforts to seek political retribution against federal agents for past investigations, including investigating the violence that occurred on January 6th. Many members feared for their lives that day, and insurrectionists violently assaulted officers tasked with protecting the people here and this building. Now these agents are at risk for losing their livelihoods, for following the law and doing their jobs. All of this follows the Trump administration's OMB directive to illegally freeze congressionally approved federal funding, and its letter to members. I implore you, do not take that buyout. It is not to be trusted. As the buyout letter says, we are truly at a fork in the road. Do we defend American workers and our institutions, or gut the federal agencies of the knowledge that fuels American innovation and strengthens our national security? These attacks strike at the bedrock of our American values and represent an unprecedented power grab that undermines our democracy's balances and checks. Many of these actions have not been authorized by Congress and rightfully belong under its purview. While I've long believed in seeking common sense, common ground when governing, I must now stand my ground for the 35,000 government employees in my district and countless more across the country, looking now for Congress to take action. Yesterday, I joined a briefing with several colleagues from Virginia, Maryland, and other places, along with members of AFG, AFSCME, Democracy Forward, NTEU, IFPTE, NARF, NFFE, and AFL-CIO, in conjunction to develop an action plan to better defend our workers at USAID, at DOL, at the Department of Education, at NOAA, and so many other agencies under imminent threat of mandated leave, termination, or closure. In closing, from NIST to Fort Detrick to our National Fire Academy in the 6th District, federal workers in Maryland are counting on us, the people in this chamber and in our communities, to stand up and speak up for them. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you. I now yield 2 minutes to Representative McGovern of Massachusetts.
I thank you. I thank my colleague for organizing this special order. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of our public servants as they face an unprecedented illegal attack by the Trump administration. Our federal employees are part of every single community in America. They keep us safe, they sustain us, and they support us. Now they are under attack. Donald Trump and Elon Musk's attack on the federal workforce is an illegal purge. Don't let anyone call it anything else. This is a purge. It is an unlawful attempt by a reality show wannabe king to install cronies and bootlickers. Our public servants represent the best of us. They are selfless, determined, disciplined, and professional. They are everything that Donald Trump and his MAGA flunkies are not. To our public servants, I will say this: do not be afraid. Do not be intimidated. The law is on your side. We are still with you. A grateful nation is still with you. You have dedicated your lives to the American people. You have made our country strong. Have faith that our country is strong enough to withstand the petty tantrums of a small, self-obsessed man who disgraces the very idea of public service with his every breath. Now is the time for courage. I am grateful for your service. I believe in you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and now I yield 2 minutes to Representative Landsman of Ohio.
Thank you. And I rise today also to support our federal workers. These are public servants who live and work all over the country. The vast majority of our federal workers do not live in the Washington, D.C. area. It's a big misconception. People think, well, these are federal workers. They're just here in D.C. They're in our districts. Each one of us has probably tens of thousands of federal employees in our congressional districts, meaning that we serve them. And it just so happens they serve us. But Trump and Elon Musk have been setting these fires all over the federal government. They've launched this reckless trade war with China. They tried to stop federal funding from going into our communities. These are our tax dollars. Trump gave an unelected tech billionaire access to our Social Security data, to all of our data, to our federal payment system, and empowered him to purge as many public servants from our federal agencies as he possibly could. One of those public servants is a constituent of mine in Southwest Ohio. She lost her job. For 20 years, she worked at USAID, leading the agency's famine early detection efforts. Her work ensured food reached children families and communities in crisis. She saved lives. But it's not just about food. Hunger fuels instability. When people are desperate, terrorism thrives, and when the U.S. pulls back, it creates a vacuum for China to step in. This administration's actions are just cruel, and they're making our country and our world less safe. Why? Are they purging our federal workforce? They've got to find $4 trillion. $4 trillion that won't go to you or me or our communities. They're planning to use these dollars to pay for tax giveaways for the uber wealthy, for the Elon Musks of the world. They're stealing from our workers, our country, and our allies, all so the uber wealthy can get wealthier. It has to be stopped. This Congress can stop it, but the majority has to step up. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Casten of Illinois.
Thank you, Congressman Ivey. So last week, I spent an afternoon at the National Air Traffic Control Center in Aurora, Illinois. I'd been invited to discuss some work our office has been doing to make sure that these folks are not penalized for seeking mental health care. None of us could have anticipated that our visit would be after the crash of American Flight 5342 in Washington, but it is safe to say that that office was shook. And then we started talking about mental health. One employee said that their staff still remember the arson attack on this facility back in 2014, and they were nervous that recent budget cuts have limited their ability to maintain security levels at that facility. Another employee asked me, how should they interpret announcements from the Trump White House that federal employees were going to get laid off? Would they have a job? If they got laid off, who was going to do their work? How are they going to continue to support their families? I had a female air traffic controller who asked why Donald Trump immediately blamed the crash on DEI hiring practices. Wasn't lost on any of us that our air traffic controllers, like our society, are not exclusively straight white men, but she was wondering if she was about to get fired solely on account of her gender. Now, let that all sink in. These are hardworking federal employees who have dedicated their lives to keeping our skies safe. They are overworked, they are underpaid, and now they're wondering whether the President of the United States, his Republican enablers, and his IT goons are about to fire them, curtail their pay, blame them for airline tragedies because of the way they look, who they love, how they pray. What possible good comes to the American people by having a bunch of stressed out air traffic controllers? The United States government can't function without these nonpartisan civil servants. Our air traffic controllers, our TSA agents, our VA, our hospital workers, people who make sure your Social Security payments get through. Why would we want to break that? Maybe because you're carrying out Russia's foreign policy. Maybe because you're just a grifter who's figured out that you're going to short the stock market after you tank it. Maybe you're just a coward. Maybe you're an idiot. Maybe you think it's better to be proximate to power than to stand up for what's right. But whatever it is, it ain't patriotism. And it scares the dickens out of me that standing up for America in 2025 is a partisan endeavor. I yield.
I thank the gentleman, and I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Hoyer of Maryland.
I thank my colleague for taking this special order. I thank my colleague for his service. In full disclosure, my colleague and I probably represent between us about 150,000 federal employees. But I rise not for those federal employees, who I care a lot about, as does Mr. Ivey, but I rise for the federal employees throughout America, but not just for them. I rise because they serve America every day in critical places for veterans, for homeowners, for moms, for dads, for teachers, for doctors, for nurses, all of whom rely on the federal government so that they can give services needed by the American people. Why are we doing this? I just said upstairs that I've been here for 44 years. This is an unprecedented move taken by the Trump administration and the Musk administration in the first 15 days. No thought, no planning, no consultation. It is a blitzkrieg on the American government. Now, let me give you the words of Russell Vought, who's going to be heading up, apparently, the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget. This is what he said not so long ago. We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them not to want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want their funding to be shut down. I was referring to EPA, but he's aimed his objective at all of the agencies of government. Mr. Speaker, I rise not only on behalf of federal workers, as I said, who every day perform the services we, the Congress, representing the American people, have asked them to do. They didn't create any of these agencies. We did. They did not give them the objectives. We did. They are performing the services for the American people that the American people need and, yes, want. The initial notice went out to 2 million people, approximately all of the civilian employees of the Federal Service. I want everybody to think for just 1 second, what if all 2 million of Americans, civil servants, said, okay, we're gone, and then promised to be paid for 7 months for doing no work? And the government shut down. Business, commerce, education, health care, public safety would all be shut down. That is not what the American people voted for. Are the people who help feed our seniors, our children, who provide medical care to our veterans, who keep our communities clean and safe, who help Americans recover from disasters, who defend our national security and provide countless other services to American people, villains? Hell no, they are heroes and absolutely essential for America to be great. When you treat federal workers as villains, you turn the American people into victims. That is what this administration is doing. They've offered federal workers a buyout with a deadline, just hours away, without any consultation to determine the adverse or, frankly, positive impact of such an action. That's not what the American people expect us to do. I and the members who speak here, and I hope all the members of this House, will do what the Founding Fathers thought we should do: be an independent branch of government to set policy and not allow the federal workers or the federal government to be run over by somebody who likes firing people. I yield back the balance of my time.
I thank the Congressman. I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Brown of Ohio.
Thank you, Congressman Ivey, for organizing this special order hour. I rise in support of more than 9,000 federal workers in my district and their dedicated colleagues across the country. Make no mistake, President Trump and unelected billionaire Elon Musk are waging an all-out assault on federal workers. In just 2 weeks, they've managed an unlawful union busting, budget freezing, and civil servant layoffs, all designed to intimidate, weaken, and dismantle our federal workforce. This isn't just an attack on federal employees, it's an attack on all of us. In Northeast Ohio, federal workers process Social Security checks for seniors. They are doctors and nurses caring for veterans. They are TSA agents and air traffic controllers who keep us safe when we fly. And they are researchers developing new technologies at NASA Glenn. These are hardworking, honorable public servants who deserve our respect, not threats and not pink slips. Let's be clear. This reckless effort to push federal workers out isn't about right-sizing government, it's about gutting it. It's about dismantling the very services that millions of Americans depend on. This is part of a coordinated effort to erode trust in government because the president and his billionaire buddies want it to fail. They don't want experienced workers loyal to the country. They want political lackeys loyal to only one man. So they push the lie that government is inherently wasteful and that federal employees are part of some so-called deep state. It's nonsense. It's dangerous. And here's why they are really doing it: to strip away labor, consumer, and environmental protections. And most notably, to hand billionaires and their corporations massive tax breaks while sticking it to working Americans. So we have to ask, is this a government of the people, by the people, and for the people? Or is it a government of the billionaires, by the billionaires, and for the billionaires? Federal workers don't serve a president or his billionaire buddies. Let me say that again. Federal workers don't serve a president or his billionaire buddy. They serve the American people, and we stand with them. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much time remains?
The gentleman has 27 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Hoyle of Oregon.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of our nation's federal workers. As a member of the Labor Caucus, I am proud to stand with these public servants who have dedicated their careers to delivering for the American people. This administration has relentlessly attacked these nonpartisan expert workers who make sure our food is safe to eat, our water is safe to drink, and our air is safe to breathe. As a third-generation union member, I am particularly outraged by the obvious intimidation and union-busting tactics that this administration has used on these essential workers. But these actions are not just an attack on federal workers. They are an attack on the services that these hardworking people of my district and this country rely on every day. Let's be clear. Firing federal workers means delays in receiving Social Security checks and fewer law enforcement officers keeping our communities safe. If Department of Labor doesn't have sufficient personnel, it'll be easier for employers to commit wage theft, workplace safety and rights violations. And who does that benefit? Not the American people, not working people. In my district, we know federal workers are not lazy or ineffective. They're our friends, our family, and our neighbors who support us every day. They get up and they go to work for the people of this country and not for a political party. Federal workers, you've had our backs, and I assure you, we have yours. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Kennedy of New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first thank Congressman Ivey for putting this together here today and for his leadership. I rise today to stand in unwavering solidarity with the hardworking men and women of our federal workforce. As a member of the Labor Caucus, I'm proud to support the public servants who dedicate their lives to keeping our country running, including the 8,500 federal employees who call my district home. These workers are not faceless bureaucrats. They are the backbone of our communities. They are our neighbors. They are our friends. They process veterans' benefits, ensure Social Security checks go out on time, make Medicare payments to our seniors' physicians, ensure our air and water is clean, and keep our nation safe, and much, much more. And yet, right now, they are under attack from a president who's outsourced his own power to a billionaire hell-bent on dismantling our government to serve his own greed. The administration and so-called Department of Government Efficiency are purging career professionals, politicizing civil service, and handing over even more power to the ultra-wealthy. I've been hearing from constituents all week, and this is not what people in my community and across America want. They do not want an unelected billionaire who, I might add, has made billions off taxpayer-funded contracts to actively weaken our government. They do not want an unelected billionaire to create a system where the rules don't apply to him and democracy takes a back seat to his own profits. And they do not want an unelected billionaire to attack our federal workers whose love for our country keeps our community safe and our society functioning. We will not stand by while they buck the rule of law to dismantle the very institutions that protect hardworking families, seniors, veterans, and our democracy. Make no mistake, this is an attack on federal workers that will allow those at the highest levels of our government and their billionaire buddies to exploit the concerns of our constituents, take power away from the people, and enrich themselves at the expense of hardworking families in America. America's civil service is a pillar of our society, and we will defend it. I say to the federal workforce, thank you for your service. We have your back. We will fight for your jobs, your dignity, and the services that millions of Americans rely on. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Balint of Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. Ivey. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to stand with our federal workers and civil servants and to tell them that we will fight these illegal actions. The Trump administration is treating our federal workforce as if they are the enemy. These are regular Americans who work important jobs all over the country, not just in D.C., but in all of our districts. In fact, 85% of the nonpartisan civil servants are spread around the country. Vermont is home to 8,000 of these federal workers. They're part of the 2 million federal workers that operate our national parks. They're scientists at the FDA. They work at hospitals, at NASA. They protect our national security. In fact, 70% work on behalf of our national security and defense. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, I am deeply concerned that the illegal purge of our civil servants at the Department of Justice and at the FBI will lead to another 9/11 terrorist attack. And Americans, I ask you, do we really want to put our nation at risk so that billionaires can get a massive tax cut? Follow the money. That's what this is about. Firing our federal workforce to fund tax cuts for billionaires. Don't be fooled by what's happening here. It is about the money. Follow the money. Our federal workers are civil servants because they're here to serve the people. They are hired on a nonpartisan basis because they keep our country running. They keep us safe. What is happening, is an illegal takeover of our government, by locking them out of their jobs, firing them illegally, and bullying them out of a job. Trump and Musk are trying to create chaos and confusion, and it will harm Americans. Not just the people who are being fired illegally, but it will harm all of those Americans in our districts who seek services from these workers. And none of this is about making our government work better for Americans. It is a well-worn tactic used by authoritarians and dictators like Orban in Hungary and Bolsonaro in Brazil. And they do it to destroy government services so that they create chaos and they create confusion, and then we turn against each other. This administration is using chaos and cruelty to amass power and wealth, but not for us, not for Americans, only for them. I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Johnson of Georgia.
I thank the gentleman from Maryland, and I'm here on behalf of the House Labor Caucus, and I thank the gentleman for convening us today. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of our nation's federal workers who are under a brutal and heartless assault by Elon Musk and his co-president, Donald Trump. A week ago, they sent the now infamous fork in the road email to 2 million federal employees, trying to trick them into a quick decision to retire immediately and receive 8 months of severance pay, which is false, while threatening that if you refuse to retire, your job might be eliminated. My brothers and sisters, don't fall for the okie doke. Don't retire. Stay on the job. You have rights that protect your job. So don't let them intimidate you into retirement. Your country needs you to continue your work. You are a professional and a highly skilled person, and we know you work long hours, often under difficult circumstances, and you do so because you believe in the importance of public service. We will not allow Elon Musk and Donald Trump to replace you with people willing to kiss Trump's ring rather than serving our country. Stay the course, keep your eye on the prize, and House Democrats, we've got your back. And thank you for your service. And with that, I yield back, but not before pointing out that they're doing this with House Republicans and House and Senate Republicans letting it happen. Don't fall for the okie doke. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. And I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Takano of California.
Thank you. Thank you for yielding. The actions coming out of the White House are shocking. They're alarming. They're unconstitutional. We have seen an unelected billionaire attempt to lay off, fire, and purge federal employees from across the executive branch. No agency or department is safe, not even the department taking care of veterans. And as the ranking member of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, I have been quick to warn employees at the VA not to fall for the recent attempt from Musk to buy out employees. I've warned VA employees and providers. Elon Musk thinks you're stupid and won't see through his deceptive and fraudulent buyout offer. VA employees should ignore his email and send it to the trash bin. And that the Trump administration is playing a dangerous game with your livelihoods and veterans' lives. The Department of Veterans Affairs has a mandate to ensure that veterans with visual, hearing, mobility, and cognitive impairments can still apply and receive care. The Trump administration put an end to that mission to reach out to veterans with visual, hearing, mobility, and cognitive impairments. He put an end to that mission in the fervor to get rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts in federal agencies. Yes, diversity, equity, inclusion includes veterans with visual, hearing, mobility, and cognitive impairments. So far, 60 employees with the mission of reaching out to these very veterans with unique challenges to encourage them to apply for VA have been put on leave. We're talking about veterans with visual, hearing, and mobility, and cognitive impairments. The federal hiring freeze hiring freeze initiated on President Trump's first day in office has left approximately 700 open positions that cannot be filled. These are 700 opportunities to increase veterans' access to care that will instead stay unfilled. And what is even more shocking is that my Republican colleagues have stayed silent while veterans' care is being impacted by DOGE. I challenge my Republican colleagues who sit idly by to stand up to the richest man in the world. Stand up to this would-be autocrat. Stand up to this bloodless coup. Stand up for federal workers and your constituents. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Carter of Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Ivey. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of our nation's federal workers. As a proud member of the Labor Caucus, I stand with these professionals who keep our government running. Their work is vital to our health, safety, and security of the American people. Since taking office, President Trump has attacked federal employees, seeking to replace nonpartisan civil servants with unqualified political loyalists. These workers ensure our food is safe, our air and water clean, our veterans are cared for. They process Social Security benefits, safeguard our airports, and protect our communities. More than 85% of federal workers serve outside of the National Capital Region, meaning these attacks impact every single congressional district in our nation, including mine in New Orleans and the river parishes. Firing federal workers leads to delays in Social Security payments, longer VA wait times, fewer law enforcement officers on the street. We cannot allow reckless policies to dismantle these vital services. Trump's administration recently issued a deferred resignation offer, claiming employees could resign by February 6th and still receive pay benefits until September 30th, 2025. There's no evidence that this is legal or even real. Federal employees who accept this offer may face retaliation, unemployment, and no recourse. This is a calculated effort to weaken agencies and cut services. Simply put, it's a sham. We must also oppose Schedule F, which would strip civil service protections, making employees at will and vulnerable to political purges. Our government should be staffed by professionals based on merit, not political loyalty. The American people deserve a government that works for them, not for some partisan politician. Finally, Trump's union-busting tactics, including rejecting legally bargained contracts, cannot stand. The right to collective bargaining is a fundamental right, and these agreements must be honored. To all federal workers, America needs you. The Labor Caucus has your back, and we will fight for your rights, your jobs, your dignity, and your livelihood. Stand strong. We are with you. Don't fall for the okey doke. And know this, that we stand with you and we've got your back. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I now yield 2 minutes to the representative from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 44,000 civil servants, hardworking, qualified, passionate public servants call Maryland's 3rd Congressional District home. And in the last week, thousands have reached out to my office, concerned, anxious, and wondering if their government actually values the work they do on behalf of the American people. It's clear that through the fork in the road email that 2.2 million federal employees received in attempts to expand Schedule F, that President Trump and Elon Musk are trying to remove civil servants from the civil service. Instead, they want to fill our federal workforce and put life-saving services for the American people in the hands of unqualified political cronies in a modern-day spoils system. The irony, of course, is that the civil service was created to avoid this situation. The Congress recognized that cronyism and corruption did not serve the American people and did something in 1883 to create a merit-based civil service system. So, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents, as the proud daughter of 2 civil servants and as a proud member of the Labor Caucus, I stand here appalled by this administration's changing of the rules on these workers. I'd like my district, everyone in my district, and every federal worker in this nation to know that House Democrats have your back. And with that, I yield my time.
Thank you. I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Magaziner of Rhode Island.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my friend Mr. Ivey for yielding, and I rise today as a proud Vice Chair of the Congressional Labor Caucus to stand with the hard-working men and women who keep our government running. Federal workers show up every day to serve their neighbors and our country. These are the workers who make sure Social Security checks go out to your parents and grandparents. These are the men and women who deliver our mail no matter the weather. The doctors and nurses at the VA who provide care to our nation's bravest. And when Donald Trump and Elon Musk attack these public servants, it means fewer law enforcement officers working to keep us safe, slower disaster response for families hit by severe storms, longer wait times for Social Security and Medicare. But attacking these workers is exactly what Donald Trump and his co-president Elon Musk have set out to do. They are attacking air traffic controllers, postal workers, food inspectors, people who keep us safe. And why? To find money to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. That's right. Their goal here is to line the pockets of the wealthy off the back of working people and the services that all Americans rely on. These attacks on federal workers are an attack on all working people across this country. And I want to tell the federal workers in Rhode Island and across the United States that House Democrats stand with you. We see your dedication. We know the positive impact that you deliver every day. And the best resistance is to keep showing up, keep doing what you do best. This country runs because of you. And here in Congress, we are going to fight to oppose Donald Trump and Elon Musk's baseless and cruel attacks against those who have devoted their lives to service. And I yield back to Mr. Ivey.
Thank you. I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Takuda of Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in solidarity and with much aloha for our nation's federal workers. As a member of the Labor Caucus, I am proud to stand with these essential employees who keep our government running every single day. Federal workers care for our veterans. They keep us safe when we travel, and they make sure our seniors get the Social Security payments that they need to put food on the table and to survive. Our federal workers were also the ones who were first on the scene when fires ravaged Maui. They saved lives, they provided food and shelter, replaced documents, they gave our people hope. Day in and day out, federal workers are the unseen hands and hearts that guide our nation through complex challenges and maintain the infrastructure and services that underpin daily life. They give our people hope and help. So when we attack federal workers, we not only discredit their work, Mr. Speaker, we cut off the very hands holding us up. Since taking office, President Trump has made it his #1 priority to undermine and dismantle our federal workforce. Over the past 2 weeks, the Trump administration has been bullying federal workers to resign while making a hollow promise of pay and benefits through the end of the year. Now, President Trump is threatening mass layoffs for those who refuse to accept this bogus and deceptive office. We have 43,000 hardworking federal employees in Hawaii. Many of these civil servants have contacted me expressing their anger, frustration, and their fear. One constituent who spent his entire career with the Department of Health and Human Services said he's experienced several presidential transitions, but none as demeaning and demoralizing as this one's. Once committed to a full career in public service, he now wakes up daily, dreading the new abuse and attacks he and his colleagues will face. Let us be clear, federal workers are not the problem. They are part of the solution. They don't make decisions based on political whim. They don't serve a single master and his billionaire friends. They serve the people of this country. The American people deserve a government that works for them, not against them. To all the federal employees in Hawaii and across this country, we see you, we hear you, and we'll fight to protect you. Thank you for your dedication and for your service. You are the quiet force that keeps our nation strong. You've always had our back. Now it's time we have yours. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now yield 2 minutes to Representative Dexter of Oregon.
Thank you to the Congressman from Maryland for making this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise as a proud member of the Congressional Labor Caucus in support of our federal workers today. I introduced new legislation earlier today to protect federal workers who stand up against Elon Musk's grotesque seizure of critical government agencies. My bill, the Stop Musk Act, would prevent retaliation against any federal employee who resists illegal or unconstitutional efforts led by Elon Musk. In the last week alone, Musk has seized control of the U.S. Department of Treasury's payment system, exposing Oregonians' personal financial information, has shuttered the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, putting the lives of millions of people at risk, and threatened the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, otherwise known as NOAA, undermining our work to combat the climate crisis. And this is just the beginning. Under this legislation, federal employees who resist, circumvent, or prevent Musk's illegal and unconstitutional takeover would be protected against retaliation for their efforts to fight back. The world's richest man should not have the power to unilaterally dismantle the federal government and the critical services it provides Oregonians. Federal employees are at the forefront of fighting Elon Musk's power grab, and we must protect them. All week, I, like all my colleagues, have been hearing from constituents who are demanding action. Let me be clear. We will use every legislative, judicial, and public pressure tactic to stop Musk's takeover and protect our workers. This multi-front battle will be fought in the courts, the halls of Congress, and in the public sphere. We must stay loud, we must stand tight, and we must press on. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How much time do I have remaining?
The gentleman has 2.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would like to say that a few hours ago I stood with members of unions, employees at the Department of Labor, and people walking down the street who saw what we were doing and wanted to join in and support the cause. And as I stood out there and spoke in favor of the efforts that they were making to be heard, to protect their jobs and protect their ability to work for the American people, it reminded me of my father, who had worked in that same building 4 decades ago until he was forced out during the Reagan administration. To my colleagues who were there today, I want to thank them for joining. To the employees who were out there, I want to say this. I lived through what you are going through right now, and I understand, and for that reason I recommit myself to working hard to protect your rights, to make sure that you don't get forced out of government, even though you haven't done anything wrong. You've got the experience and the expertise to do the work that the American people need, and we want to make sure that you have a chance to continue to do that. And I want to thank the Congressional Labor Caucus as well for standing up and making sure that we continue to fight here in Congress to protect their rights. And lastly, I'd like to thank all of those people out there, whether they're union members or attorneys or employees who are fighting every day to get their point across and make sure that we're heard by the Trump administration. Thank you for what you're doing. And I want to urge you to continue to do the work that you're doing because it's making a difference. The Trump administration has made many moves. Many of them have been, in my view, unlawful and unconstitutional. And these, especially the ones that are impacting the employee rights that these government employees have earned over the decades, like my father, who joined the Department of Labor after his service in the Air Force, they deserve to be treated fairly, with respect, and with recognition of the legal rights that they deserve to have. So with that, I want to thank the members of the Congressional Labor Caucus and yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the President and to direct their remarks to the Chair. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the time and the opportunity to shed the light on several subjects that we could cover here tonight, and indeed much going on and much to be excited about as well. In my home state of California, we have several issues I'd like to touch upon. It'll have to do with water supply, fire and forestry, and some rebuilding that will need to be done around our state. But my colleague also here tonight has joined me, and I would like to yield him as much time as he'd like to consume. My good friend Glenn Grothman from Wisconsin he's been a strong leader on immigration and more specifically controlling our border and also sticking up for our families in this country, of the values it's going to take to have strong families and maintain the values that really were founding values and the one that are going to make our country strong. So I appreciate his work and his articulation on that. So I yield to my colleague.
Thank you. There has been so much in the news in the last 2 weeks, it's hard to know where to start. I'd like to cover a couple issues that the mainstream media has picked up on, though perhaps not done the best job on covering, and one issue that made a huge difference in the lives of the most vulnerable of us, that Donald Trump weighed in, not by doing something, but by allowing an administrative rule to die. The first great victory for Donald Trump, which hasn't been reported out there, concerns the effort by the Biden administration, which ran out of time, to get rid of what they call 14C certificates. Everybody may be familiar with light manufacturing or packaging done in their district by people who are handicapped. Maybe they have spina bifida, maybe they have Down syndrome, but in any event, for this reason, they are not able to be profitably employed for above minimum wage or minimum wage dollars. And each state does it a little bit differently, but the states make an estimate of what that employee is worth, and maybe they're paid $5 an hour for, like I said, light package or light manufacturing or packaging. If you tour these facilities, and I think every congressman ought to tour them at least once, it is one of the most enjoyable things you can do, because you will find the people who have been dealt a difficult lot on life so happy to see you, so happy to see what they're doing with you, so happy to make friends with the other employees there, both other employees who have different abilities and other employees who are usually in a supervisory capacity. These are also a godsend to the parents or guardians of these folks, and that under normal circumstances they have to worry when the guardians or parents die off, what type of friends, what type of social life they will have. But because they frequently stay in these facilities or work in these facilities for 20 or 30 or 40 years, they develop lifelong friendships, which are so important for these folks to have. Now, had Donald Trump not won the election, they would have continued to work through the administrative rule process, and it's entirely possible that these sort of facilities would have been shut down by a Biden or a Harris administration. They were working towards that. You might say, why would anybody take away the right for these jobs for these people? The reason is they'll say, well, if we're paying somebody $5 an hour, we're taking advantage of them, we can't take advantage of them, so we'd rather have them shut down. How horrible. To the most vulnerable members of our society, Joe Biden was prepared to say, if you want to work here for $5 an hour, tough, we're going to close that facility, or we'll leave the facility open, but you'll no longer be able to work. You'll no longer have the pride of being able to get a paycheck and spending it on clothes for yourself or gifts for your parents, what have you. I would like to thank President Trump for not continuing with that administrative rule. And at least we know, probably for the next 4 years, the jobs of these folks, which means so much to them, more to them than I would say the average citizen in our society. I'd like to say thank you, President Trump, for allowing the most vulnerable members of our society to have the choice to continue to work for, in some cases, sub-minimum wage, but have the enjoyment of that independence. And I should point out that almost all of the people I'm talking about have some SSI payment in addition to that, so it's not like they're expected to pay a mortgage with their $5 an hour job. They get other governmental assistance as well. So I know there are a lot of other things we've been grateful for President Trump for the last couple of weeks for, but for keeping the 14C certificates, that is a tremendous victory for the most vulnerable of us, and I don't think it would have happened if President Trump didn't get elected. Now, the next thing to look at, we've heard people talk about Elon Musk and what he did at what he wants to do to USAID. First of all, I'd like to point out that the reason people are mad at Elon Musk, who can't do anything on his own, who all he can do is advise the president, but the reason they're mad at him is horror of horrors, he thought there was a government program that wasn't necessary. That's not the way things work here. Nobody believes that if Elon Musk had Donald Trump's ear and came out for more preschool, if he came out for more mental health funding, if he came out for any if he came out for expanded government daycare, the folks on the other side of this aisle would be praising Elon Musk for being a forward-looking person and for doing what people on that side of the aisle want to do, which is either expand old programs or come up with new government programs. And quite frankly, as long as I've been here, I'm sure there must be some government program that ended, but I can't think of any. Okay, so Elon Musk is under attack for actually suggesting a government program is unnecessary. I praise him for that. There is nothing wrong with him advising President Trump. I don't know whether you folks would feel better if they gave him a position and a $100,000 a year salary. I don't know. But it is refreshing that some of the most successful people in America can use their mind, their brains, to advise President Trump on how to be a good president. And it's particularly good to have somebody outside this building who is not used to the swamp-type mentality of we never under any circumstances get rid of a program. The only question is whether we're going to expand it 2% or 8%. It's great to have a friend who can look at some programs and say, hey, maybe this program sounded good when we first created it in 1963 or whatever, but it hasn't worked up to snuff. And of course, I agree with Elon Musk that some of the money spent on these programs is even a moral stain on the United States of America, particularly a moral stain because we are spending money in other countries. when we talk about gender-affirming care, that's where they give puberty blockers to young children. I think it's horrific that we would give puberty blockers to a 12 or 13-year-old in America. But America is supposed to be the light unto the world. Can you imagine the United States weighing in and giving gender-affirming care to the poor little children in Guatemala? I mean, how bad can we be? How embarrassing can we be? That's what we do with the incredible amount of wealth that this country has been given. We take our wealth and try to screw up, what I would say screw up, the poor little children in Guatemala. I'm glad Elon Musk came across this program. And I'm glad, upon people pointing out what's in the program, that Donald Trump, when he heard about it, full bore, put his foot on the brake and said, if the people running this program are spending the money that way, we got to stop spending money right away and look a little bit further into the program. But in any event, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask people on that side of the aisle is take an honest look at yourself. If Elon Musk announced that we needed more preschool, if Elon Musk announced we were going to need more mental health, with where the mental health professions are today in favor of these puberty blockers and that sort of thing, would you really be concerned that he's advising President Trump? Or would you be praising him? And would the Washington Post and New York Times be praising Elon Musk for being open-minded and ignoring the hidebound conservative members of the Republican Party? Of course they'd be praising him. The only reason they question whether or not he can advise President Trump is because they don't like, for almost the first time that I've been here, that we genuinely are seeing a government program begin to end, hopefully. The third thing I'll point out, President Trump signed a bill today dealing with men and women's sports. It was a good bill. There are not a whole lot of men participating in women's sports around the country, but it's certainly a little weird that when one sets up a swimming tournament or a track meet or something, where it's very clear we have the men's event and the women's event, that under any circumstances we take a man and say, well, just because you feel like a woman today, we're going to pretend you're a woman. I think that's unusual enough. But I'm going to ask, and President Trump has had executive orders on this topic as well, I'm going to hope that we're able to do something statutorily about getting rid of government funding for programs that do things like give surgeries on minors, give puberty blockers on minors, things that there's no shortage of intelligent people who will say this is damaging. Not to mention there are a huge number of people with just plain common sense who realize that you don't try to engage in irrevocable medical procedures with 14 or 15-year-olds. As a matter of fact, I would even say it's medically inexcusable to engage in these procedures in people who are 24 or 25 years old. After all, in this country, you know, can't buy a beer until you're 21 years old. Can't buy a cigarette until you're 21 years old. And I would think any medical professional with any morality, I mean, I realize they're making money on this thing, but with any morality would harm these young people. So it's my hope that my leadership team, now that we took care of the ridiculous idea that men should be able to pick whether they're men or women, depending upon, I guess, whether there's a track meet that day. I hope our leadership team begins to go after these so-called medical professionals who are doing irrevocable damage either with drugs or with surgeries on people under 18. And quite frankly, it ought to be barred for people under age 21. And quite frankly, the medical society ought to, on their own, make it clear that it's medical malpractice to do this sort of thing, even on a 25 or 26-year-old, because we all know very well that the way we feel about things when we're 20 or 24, 25 is frequently very difficult or very different the way that we feel about things when we're 30 years old. So I'd like to thank the gentleman from California for allowing me to address these issues. And remember, folks out there, if you've got a ward or a child who worked for what used to be called a sheltered workshop, President Trump kept your ward or child employed the way they want to. But in any event, thank you again, Mr. LaMava.
Thank you. I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Grothman, on that and sticking up for families and for in other conversations on sensible border policy that's going to keep our country safe and strong and our employees of this country more likely to be employed. So it's appreciated. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection, that is granted.
All right, and picking on a little bit on what Mr. Grossman was saying here a moment ago, I'd like to point out as well, I think just a real national heroine who's out of necessity but also out of a strong desire to do the right thing and have the right thing. And I'm talking about Riley Gaines, a collegiate swimmer who had swam so successfully, did much winning at the University of Kentucky, and was denied opportunities, denied recognition because of the unfairness and imbalance of girls and women in their sports having to face boys and men in their sports, as well as all the discomfort from shared changing areas and the unfairness of losing out on the ability to win competitions where that might put them in a position to win medals that might ultimately win them a scholarship from high school into college, or put them in a national competition or an international competition if you're at the collegiate level or at the Olympic level. And we saw some horrific things, in my view, in this last Olympics, where the young woman who was in female boxing there, I believe she was from Italy, clear physical advantage of, and just get the heck beat out of her in the process. And one of the saddest things I've seen in a long time was how hard she trained for years and years and years to be in that position, only to have, in this case, the Olympic Committee say, we'll let anybody in against competing against the women in this case. So, but Riley Gaines, I know her personally and just find her to be a dynamic young woman who is thrust into this position because she saw what was needed in their sports and in their other domains. And so she's going to go on in things back into that area. So with that, I hear the debate here tonight on federal workers and the opportunity that has been put in place here for if they seek and so choose, and there's the word choice, where they want to be, or you might see reduction in some of these government programs and some of these government agencies. It's a pretty generous exit of 8 months of pay and such to retire from that job or move on that one and go seek other opportunities. We hear a lot of category every single worker. Now, there's plenty of really good workers willing to work hard and do a good job in so many of our federal agencies. But there's also President Biden, just before leaving office, trying to give out super generous contracts and extend the term of not having to be at the workplace, based still upon basically the COVID era and getting used to that concept and way of doing things. Around here, we had proxy voting, and our committees were, not meeting in person. And doggone it, it's essential in this place that we sit across from each other, that we sit next to each other, and have these real debates in front of the American public to allow true debate, true public debate on the things that are going to affect, over 300 million Americans on the decisions made here. So I'm certainly glad we got rid of proxy voting here and got back to work doing things after the COVID era finally ended, and a lot of manipulation that happened in that era, of course, and the attitudes, I think, of certain, and the attitude of not having to show up to work, We've found that certain people can do a certain amount of work for home, but the battle here in town, where some really high percentage, I've heard his number as high as 92, I don't know if it's accurate or not, 92% aren't showing up here. Some of these buildings are almost ghost towns from the workforce not coming in there. So, yeah, this needs to be looked at. So what is being looked at by the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, DOGE, they're calling it, and Elon Musk, is basically saying, hey, American taxpayers, we know you work hard for what you earn and what government takes from you. These aren't contributions, as we hear talk. Yeah, these contributions, they aren't contributions. They're compelled payments of taxes here. You don't have a choice, or they come start taking things away from you and auctioning off your home or your car or your farm or whatever if you don't pay your taxes. It's not voluntary. It's not contributions, as these guys talk about. It's not investments. They take it from you. So I think any taxpayer, any working person has the right to demand that government is looking at things and is it being efficient with what it's using. And the stones they're flipping over and what they're uncovering so far with USAID and many other aspects I can't list here tonight are showing that it confirms what I think normal people know. There's a lot of money being wasted in government by many entities, And look at the situation with Ukraine. Now Zelensky is claiming of about $177 billion that's been transferred over there. He thinks only $75 billion of it actually got to him or the causes. What? Where's $102 billion gone? Are these real numbers? Let's investigate. Let's find out. And that's what we need to do respectfully with tax dollars that are against something or against a certain group of people. So then what would be wrong with that if they so choose? And if agencies are going to be downsized, and everybody's mad at Elon Musk now, at least on that side of the aisle. Well, when he took over Twitter, now known as X, he cleared out about 85% of the employees there that a lot more efficiently. So that should be an example we're hearing about is that, oh, it's awful, it's terrible. But we appreciate those to do the things that we as Americans ask the government agencies to do, and they do them efficiently and with cheerfulness and remembering that the customers are the taxpayers, the people that come to the counter and say, hey, I need a permit to do this, or I need this or that service. These are the customers, Getting a passport. We've had horrific stories coming as a passport for you, at least very timely, In my home state of California, just a simple thing like a personalized license plate at the state level from DMV, it takes 9 months now. 9 months to get a personalized plate. Wow. That's a revenue generator for the state, supposedly. So, we are really prepared, an agency head, what have you. And these are good conversations to have, not the caterwauling we're hearing about, oh my gosh, it might be displacing somebody. Well, maybe we need to have a little downsizing. I believe we do. So, anyway, that's that piece on that debate. But I'm going to return back to issues going on. In the West, I privileged to chair the Western Caucus in the House here, and the important issues that it has addressed over the years, and a lot of that revolves around energy. And I'll tell you what, the issue of major inflation driver. Really, two aspects of why we're suffering from inflation is government overspending beyond anywhere close to what revenue it was. The new trillions we have seen as a government being spent during the COVID era and beyond, and the end of the Biden administration, well, we're going to have to take some medicine, maybe even adjusted for inflation. Old inflation, not this massive inflation. We have the right and the obligation to be looking at it this way. So inflation driven by massive government spending, eating up the pool of available currency and credit, as well as the cost of doing business driven by issues such as energy. You know, in farming, for example, on my own farm, a couple years ago, we saw that our price of fertilizer tripled and our price of fuel doubled in that season. So what does that mean for a farmer like me or any other farmer growing a crop? Well, they still have to be in the black at the end of the year. They still have to make a profit. And so those costs are going to be passed on somewhere, aren't they? And so that's going to, because on one hand, government massive overspending here at the federal level, and things that drive inflation, such as the cost of fuel, and all the things that are related. There is so much that depends on energy in any type of process. So take diesel fuel. You know, we'll take a food product. Tilling the land and getting it ready for preparing a seed bed to plant that crop. So someone has to bring you the diesel to run your equipment. Then soon after, someone delivers that fertilizer, likely with a diesel vehicle. Someone delivers that seed. And at that point, you've planted, and then you have irrigation required to run the pumps, or electricity to run wells, fuel for lift pumps. In some cases, you're fortunate you have gravity-fed water, like much of we do in Northern California, due to storage of water. So what is our energy policy? Well, I guarantee you under President Trump, it's going to improve. And with that, we're going to see improved prices on energy. And that will help us to tame inflation. And on the other side of the coin here, with the work with Elon, prices can go down if we're not doing so much massive spending and sucking up all the credit and all the currency out there by government action. That's a pretty good recipe. Why don't we allow success to happen on that? Because American people are, and how people no longer have any money left over to do some of the things they want. At the same time, where there's these mandates coming down the pike in my home state of California and affecting things even nationally here, like, well, you can't buy a gas-powered vehicle anymore, or a diesel-powered pickup in just a few years because we want to ban them because of CO2. Well, that's taking away choices from people. And it's giving them unaffordable alternatives, especially the more they ban and the more they drive up the cost of fuel. In my own state, home state, they keep adding on new taxes for climate taxes or CO2 taxes, or they have auctions for the privilege of making CO2. Where did that come from? That's like they devised a new currency, CO2. You know, I mean, so I can remind you. You've probably seen me on TV doing this several times, but let me remind you: the composition of our atmosphere is those main components. Right there in yellow, that's nitrogen, 78%. Now I ask people, how much CO2 do you think there is in the atmosphere? Most folks, you know, going about their lives, not worried about all this stuff, they say they'll guess somewhere between 20 and 50%. Well, nitrogen is at 78. Here in the blues, oxygen at 21. That adds up to 99. Third place, here in the green, argon, 0.93%. So we're already at 99.93% that is not CO2. So look over here. Here's some other trace gases that has to do with, you know, water vapor, and there's even krypton gas up in the atmosphere. That's 0.03. So you come down here to this little purple stripe right here. CO2 is 0.04%. 0.04%. It's practically a rounding error when you look at it on this chart. And that the people with the Paris Accord and the World Economic. Meanwhile, China builds more and more coal-fired power plants and does what they wish. They're not part of that Paris Accord. So, you know, again, a little reminder on CO2 and what that is actually going to be costing us. So let's get back to other forms of energy here. I'm showing you a picture of Shasta Dam. Now, it's actually starting to fill up right now. We're getting massive rains in Northern California. And on the Shasta Dam, they're actually not dumping the water at a high rate. And so that makes hydroelectric power. You see coming out, it actually comes from the bottom of the dam is where the hydro plant is. Here, this is that's a different form of spilling there that comes out of the spillway when, you know, they feel like they have an excess. So hydroelectric power, if you want to play the CO2 game for a moment, is CO2-free power. So it's available for 24/7 as long as you got water behind the dam, the rain to go away, or the wind to come up to blow your windmill. So what's happening in Northern California? Well, recently they decided, after many years, to tear down, this is kind of related to that subject, 4 dams on the Klamath River. Now, you see some of the Klamath system here that helps transfer water to agriculture and other needs and wildlife as well. They tore them down, took down 4 dams that produce hydroelectric power. The CO2-free power everybody thinks they want. Area, we're actually getting flooding in certain areas, and we will get more flooding with the even greater amount of rain because we don't have the dams anymore as a tool, all ostensibly to help a fish population go up and down the Klamath River. Well, the flaw in that thinking is that the Klamath Lake is actually a system that is based on a very shallow, rather warm lake up here that feeds the rest of the system here that is not really the best for the salmon that they're talking about. But we gloss over that because we just want to tear the dams out and score a win. Well, they got their way, they scored them, and now the whole basin here is being affected, the river system is being affected by where there used to be water, and now you're getting sloughing, you're getting the people that live along the area, their property is now worth a lot less, all because of, I think, fraudulent environmental claims that really have never been proven. And so what's some of the other effects of watching those dams be torn out? The initial happening was dead fish, ostensibly 4 fish. When they removed those dams, there was a great concentration of silt that had built up behind them over 50, 60, 100 years, depending on the age of which of the 4 dams. And so we had this massive kill of this and a whole bunch of other wildlife up and down the river as that silt is now being pushed the 170 or so miles it is out to the ocean. So these salmon live on a 3-year cycle. So if this silt doesn't wash all the way out to the sea in that 3-year period, what does that mean long term for salmon populations? Will they die off as all the different cycles of salmon will be gone? So here's the dead fish. You had dead deer out there getting trapped in this silt. All sorts of wildlife, turtles, you name it. But in the name of the environment, putting our heads back, or pinning our ears back and just going, they tore the dams out anyway. And they have their sights on more. One called Lake Pillsbury in Mendocino County, which but the utilities decided it's not worth the fight anymore, so they've abandoned it. And if they get their way, it will be torn out soon too. So, you know, it's just one losing combination after another on this, all in the name of the environment, and another loser for the people. The tear out of the Klamath dams cost the people $450 million. Now, the rest of the bond is supposed to be actually building water supply, including the Sites Reservoir I can talk to you about here in a little bit, and another $2 million aside for the dam removal, so the company could skate out of there without any real liability on the dams they owned. So that was the honey deal that was put together for that. So when I come back to this picture of Shasta Dam here, when the water's not being run through the turbines at the bottom of the dam, or like the one at Lake Oroville, then you miss out on an opportunity of generating low-cost, highly reliable, CO2-free power. So Shasta Dam isn't currently doing that right now, but Lake Oroville, nearby, also in my district in Northern California, is dumping water. And I understand Army Corps of Engineers has a goal of making sure there's enough storage to make up for mass amounts of rain. And indeed, we've gotten a lot of rain lately. Shasta Dam had a peak inflow of 120,000 cubic feet per second. I think it was yesterday. Still a mass amount of space behind them. Oroville, I think it's 400,000 more acre feet of space, maybe 450, and Shasta Dam's about still 500,000 acre feet of space. And so this storm is going to end They've already tailed off from those peaks, I said, in the thousands. Each of them are down now 50 to 60,000 CFS. Where, yeah, we got a good influx of water that's going to help fill the lakes. As I said, they're each still far from their goal of being full. And when you recall that we went nearly 0 for January on rainfall in Northern California. We got some on the very last day, and we're going to expect that we can count on. April 1 is kind of the magic date where they relieve the flood control mandate on that, allow the lakes to fill up more than their action level, which those numbers are being caught up to now, and maybe slightly scared of this big storm right now. But it has just kind of brought it up to par, you know, and it's going to put us in a good position to be able to get the lakes full by the time May and June rolls around. And there's nothing to say that they can't let water out a little at a time should it looks like it'll get too full. But the haste, in my view, and it's my opinion, to let the water out, I think they want to bump Oroville up to 50,000. I think currently it's 33,000 of CFS going out. They want to bump it up to 50, which just isn't the greatest for people downriver at that level. They could just keep it at a steady 20 or 30 for a little while, and then when the storm ends and they see the inflow has stopped, maybe they can just take a time out and see forecasting with the weather. We can watch the news and have a pretty good read on what the weather's going to be, but the Army Corps of Engineers is still using 50-year-old manuals, from the 70s on how they want to plan the flood control aspects of the storage of these lakes. 50-year-old manuals, and they say, well, we're updating them. Like, well, when will they be updated so you can use dynamic scoring, so to speak, on how weather is going to be predicted? And can we manage the lake in a way that, well, we don't see much weather happening in the next 2 weeks, so we don't really need to let water out in February or March or what have you. Let's let it build up. No, they're not allowing themselves to use that. They're still studying. They're still in the back room studying and working on updating the manuals. And they say, well, have it in 2 or 3 more years. Like, well, that's frustrating, man, because watch what happens when people don't get the water they need in the San Joaquin Valley to grow the amazing crops that we have in this state. I show you this poster quite a bit on these floor talks here of what California grows. It's here somewhere. Anyway, when we don't have the water to do this stuff, here we go. You don't get this stuff from California. And so when you see that over 90%, even 100% of some of these products are grown in California, are you going to import them somewhere else? At what quality? At what price? At what continuity? Or can we have them come from the state because we actually do have the water supply in the north to supply the whole state? Some people say, well, Doug, are you going to send all, my Northern California neighbors sometimes, you're going to send all the water south? What's wrong with you? We have plenty of water if we would store it, if we would add to the Shasta Dam. We have the opportunity to raise Shasta Dam 18 feet, 600,000 more acre feet of storage, and also the ability to not have to release water quite as quickly if they get to that point. Now, you got to see the water chugging down the Sacramento River without the releases. There's a lot of water coming in, okay? We get that. But that's what these structures are for, is to take that ebb and flow, so to speak, that be that rubber band. That's what dams are good for. And that's why they're seeing flooding on the Klamath in areas, because they took the dams out, and they lost the hydroelectric power in the process. So when we're talking about how much water is getting away from us that could be generating power that could go for crops, growing crops in Northern California and Central California. Indeed, the breadbasket that I just showed you on those. Here's a more updated poster I have now of what's been happening. The water year, they score it from October 1 until the following September 30. So this is starting October of 23, the water year up to so far a little earlier in January when we had this information. So it's about 1.25 years of flow. So what makes me crazy is that we're not taking advantage right now of the water that's flowing out of Lake Oroville or is coming out south of Lake Shasta and flooding the delta. Right here, during this 1.25 year period that's almost current right now, we have a number of 29 million acre feet came into the delta. 29 million acre feet. Now combined, Lake Oroville, Lake Shasta hold 8 million acre feet, San Luis Reservoir holds about 2 million acre-feet. Nearby, you have New Melones, which is around 2 million. Trinity Lake, I think, is 2.2 million. Lake Folsom is a number, I think, 800,000, if I remember correctly. So you would fill all those lakes one time with this 1.25 years worth of flow that comes into the delta. So that's what comes in. So, okay, well, certainly we're using some of that water and moving it to other places because we're smart and we can design things. We have the engineers for that. We used to have a vision for that when we built the Central Valley Project in the 30s and the State Water Project in the 60s. Well, their vision did put away a lot of water, and they had a vision for even more, but they quit building it because the population didn't really demand it at the time, back in the 30s or the 60s or whatever. Should have built it, because you can't build it now because of all the environmental nonsense. But how much did we save? 29 million in, 22 million went out to the Pacific Ocean and turned into salt water. Some people say, like, well, we should build some desal plants along the coast. Yeah, we could do that. Certain areas that might be strategically smart. Guess what happened? A project called Poseidon, I think in the Huntington Beach, one of the beach towns in Southern California, they fought for 20 years trying to meet every mandate, every hoop to jump through on what it would take to get a permit from the California Coastal Commission and others on that. They spent millions of dollars to build that desal plant down there. As I said, they jumped through every hoop and answered every question. And we're told after 20 years, no, we're not going to permit you. So there you go on your desal. So where do you want the water to come from? For any purpose? Well, it could come from right here, this 22 million we're wasting. So what's happening right now? The mass inflows coming down Sacramento River and Feather River and all these other areas. And I'd like to see what the delta inflows are today. They're probably pretty amazing. There's two sets of pumps at the south end of the delta, a federal set and a state set. President Trump has seen to it through the Bureau of Reclamation that the federal pumps are running pretty strong, somewhere around 91% of capacity. State pumps are running at a much lower level, somewhere around 25%. It oscillates between that. Why aren't they running at 100% and taking advantage of the opportunity to fill San Luis Reservoir, which is only 3/4 full right now, or put water in the aqueduct, or put even more into the areas that water could be pooling in the Central Valley and doing groundwater recharge. I was just told today we've seen some groundwater recharge last year due to some of those positive efforts. And that's a tough deal for those folks down there because they've had overdrafts, due to agriculture, due to having their surface water taken away from them in these projects because it's going out to the ocean for a fish deal. So they had to run their wells. Maybe they ran them too much. So you've had subsidence where the land goes down. It depresses somewhat. You even see that in the canals going through there. So we can be doing recharge right now, and the governor has moved in the direction of allowing more recharge. For some reason they have to get a permit for that every year. I talked to his team about that, said, why don't we just have the permits ready to go every year, and so we don't have to wait and lose time on that. So maybe that'll be a precedent going forward. So groundwater recharge, filling the aqueducts and the Southern California reservoirs that aren't full. For example, this one, which was empty when the fire broke out in Pacific Palisades, is the San Ynez Reservoir. My understanding of it is that, done correctly, the aqueducts could supply some of the higher lakes, I think Lake Cachuma, and someone can straighten me out if I'm wrong on this, but through the domino effect, surface water, I believe, could make it here. I know they do fill this with well waters also, but the lake was empty because they had to fix a cover over it. They emptied it last February and haven't gotten around to doing the repair or finished the job. So it sat empty, 117 million gallons of water, which is about 40 acre-feet, which would have helped keep the hydrants full instead of just a few hours, as they're relying on 3 1-million-gallon tanks instead of 117 million. It lasted a few hours down there as they were valiantly trying to fight fire in Palisades and other areas. They could have had several days' worth of water had that been full. So was it bad planning? I don't know. Bureaucracy. And the crazy thing was that the LA Fire Department didn't even know, they didn't have the knowledge that it was empty. So instead, burned out community. because they didn't have everything they needed to be able to fight that fire the way they could. Could they have beat it all? I'm not sure. They had a lot of wind to beat. And, the firefighters fought valiantly and people did a lot they could, but certainly having that extra water supply could not have hurt. I know I've seen plenty of that in my own Northern California area with communities just disappearing due to fire. And this falls more to forest management, land management. Down in Southern California, they had a brush removal program in the areas adjacent and above those communities that burned that they suspended. The brush is the fuel that allowed the fire, driven by high wind, to come all the way to the edge of town and burn through the town. The brush removal, maybe it wouldn't be the be-all, end-all on that, but it sure would have helped. It sure would have given them more of a fighting chance. And that's what it is. We're doing forest management, especially focusing around our cities, to thin the the trees and such to a point where that a fire coming high speed from a distance hit that because the trees are thin enough and spread out enough that it hits the ground and slows down, and you have a chance to save whatever town it is. We lost a town at Paradise. Partly because of that, we've lost a town called Greenville in Plumas County, another one next door called Canyon Dam. Above my hometown of Oroville, California, lost a town, Berry Creek, other adjacent, the one above Oroville near Berry Creek. They had funding lined up to do some forest thinning around there, a grant the local folks were going to do. And because there was an 18-month or longer process to get the permits to do something. This is not something new either. This isn't new under the sun of thinning forests and managing them. But they didn't get it done, so those areas burned. They burned out, these towns. Talk to the cattle rancher there, what that looked like for him. A family had been farming or ranching and grazing up in those forested areas for many, many generations and decades. Look up on the internet, read his column, look at the emotion, look at what it meant to him on that. He wrote a really good community and all that. I'd ask you to look that up. David Daly, go search that and find his column of the cattle that he and his family are run there. It happens to everybody. And then the next effect of that after the fire is that when the rain does come, it's going to wash all this ash, wash all this mud down into the brooks, and the creeks and the rivers and the streams, and eventually into, in this area, Lake Oroville, which, as being a key part of the state water project, supplies water to 20 million Californians. So it isn't just, hey, you guys way up there in the sticks, you don't matter, whatever. No, that has an effect on pretty much the whole state that draws that water supply, because we aren't doing a simple thing like something that's not new under the sun of managing forests properly. Well, I'm going to clear cut everything. That's what an 80, 100-year plan of how they harvest, manage, and plant it back. And that's what we need to have similarly on federal lands or your other government-owned lands, which I'm reminded, they aren't government-owned, they're people-owned. The government's supposed to be the steward of them. And it's not being a steward. Forest Service, hopefully they're accelerating the process. That's what we're trying to cause them to do here. But when they count burned out land sometimes as treated acres, like, well, you can just burn everything, I guess, and have it check the box to say it's treated. That's nonsense. That's terrible for everybody. The asset that timber is, which doesn't always get accounted for its value. They'll talk about what the cost of the firefighting was or the cost of the buildings and towns that are burned out. Do we ever get to see what the value is of the actual timber itself? So the management of these forested lands, the management of the water supply, and the ability we have to do so much better, and it doesn't cause environmental harm. We have excess water for much of the year going out the Delta and other areas that could be captured and put to good people use. People still need the food, and they still need these products. We can grow them in California, or we can try and import them from South America or somewhere else and become dependent on a foreign food supply. That's a really great idea. And then we don't have the employment of our people. We don't have employment of the lumberjacks in small towns I represent in Northern California or others like it in other states. So you have that unemployment, you have boarded up small communities, you have all the things that go with the social aspect of worth that comes from good, honest work. Restored with a strong local economy, giving products that people need anyway. They need wood and paper products. They need food products. They need electricity to be generated, whether it's by a hydroelectric power plant or any other manner of energy that can do it. Uranium, why aren't we doing much more with nuclear power? CO2 free for our CO2 scorers out there. Why aren't we doing that? I don't know. Environmentalists sue and stop over everything. We've got to reform the Endangered Species Act, NEPA, and the California state level CEQA to work for us once again. These are laws that the federal level passed 50 years ago or longer. And they've been manipulated. They've been weaponized by courts, by judges, by environmental groups to turn into something else. Even something as nice as a national park. I like to point out the folks in Marin County, these farmers and ranchers there on an area called the Point Reyes Seashore Park. Those folks came in the early 60s and demanded they were going to bully these people off their land by eminent domain. So they struck a deal. Said, well, we'll sell the land to the perpetuity was the deal that was struck. As long as it's the same family that is in the operation there, it was supposed to be in perpetuity. So they struck that deal, and they thought they could live with that. Well, not too many years later after the weaponization of environmental laws and what's known as NEPA, a permit process, that got weaponized by environmental groups to sue the heck out of these people every time they tried to get an extension of their grazing permit. You know, they were trying to get them for 20 years, and they'd say, well, we'll have to settle for 5 or 2. And so for doing some of the environmental mitigation that they would be demanded of, with only a 2-year lease, it's pretty tough to say, like, well, I can't put, $500,000 into my sheds or my equipment or the drainage to control whatever might be coming off the dairy or the ranch. So they can't make the investment because they can't be assured that they'll be long enough there to do that. So basically, they're screwed by government. The elk are being affected by these cattle. The elk and the cattle get along beautifully together. There's many acres for them. They graze to a level that the land can sustain, and then they move them out. They move them to a different grazing area. Grazing is a good thing, whether we're talking forested areas or others as fire breaks, or in this case, the Point Reyes Seashore, where these families have been disrespected. You're okay, like that, What do they get? Litigated to death. You don't have enough will. So what happens? Government wins, extreme environmental organizations win, and somebody comes in and says, save the day, hey, we're going to buy you out there, and you'll get 15 months to be eased out of this. So all the employees are gone, the cattle's gone, the dairies are going to go somewhere else. It's hard enough to run a dairy in California anymore. They regulate that out of business. Well, there's people that don't like dairy products. They don't like that. They don't like that it comes from animals. A lot of wrong people are in charge. And it's been pretty refreshing to see what the Trump administration has done to put things back on a direction here that rewards hard work, honesty, and for the families, the farmers, the ranchers in this Point Reyes situation right now, my heart goes out to them. They, in good faith, when they were bullied off that land and had to sell to the parks, otherwise lose it to eminent domain, people want and people need. We're going to have more tourism on there. Like, well, is that as good? I would suggest it probably isn't as good for that land. But, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague from the other side of the aisle. He was talking about how families they want to be able to go to the grocery store and afford food for their kids. They want to be able to put not just food on the table, but put their kids in clothes and shoes, pay for their health care, for housing. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to share much of the frustration and anger of our constituents watching as the new administration has come in and done a whole host of things, announced a whole litany of actions, but failed to deliver on the key promise of working to lower costs for American families. Costs are going up. In fact, you may have seen the news today. Waffle House just announced that they are putting a 50-cent per egg surcharge because the price of eggs have gone up so much. In fact, in my community in Highland Park, Illinois, a dozen eggs costs $5. A generation ago, President Clinton ran on a campaign built on a very simple axiom. It's the economy, stupid. Well, what was true in 1992 is just as true in 2024 in the last election and is true today. The American people want their representatives working and focused on the economy. They want us to be trying to create quality, well-paying jobs, provide more opportunities for themselves and a better future for their children. They want us to lower costs and raise the standard of living for all Americans. Beyond economic growth and opportunity, they want us to make sure that we're helping to keep our communities healthy and safe, and that we're focused on a strong national security and a strong national defense. That's the charge voters gave us here in Congress and gave to the new president. And it's hard to believe that we're only 2 weeks into the second Trump administration, and already the early onslaught of chaos, confusion, and manufactured crisis has been stunning. It's easy to feel overwhelmed. In fact, folks at home are telling me how they feel just this onslaught is nonstop, which I guess is the point of what the administration is trying to do. We're going to focus tonight on a couple of issues. I'm joined by a couple of my colleagues. We are a part of the New Democratic Coalition. The New Democrats are the moderate Democrats, 110 strong, who are focused on serving our people an economy that is lifting up their lives. We're focused on lowering costs. We're focused on making life better for all Americans. If we look at the last couple of weeks, just 3 things. I can't touch on everything, but I'll touch on 3 specific things. A little more than a week ago, the administration issued a memo threatening to freeze $3 trillion of spending across the board. It was confusing. It had no clarity of what specifically or how specifically anything would be frozen, who would be included, who would be excluded. Our phones started ringing off the hooks. Preschools providing early education to our children, giving them that head start to get ahead in life, we're saying they might have to close. Programs like Meals for Wheels by seniors were struggling. Infrastructure projects. In my district, a project that it was decades in the making and it received a $19 million grant from the Department of Transportation was threatened. Healthcare providers didn't know what they were going to continue to do. First responders were concerned. There was an extraordinary outcry from across the country. And on Monday, the administration started backtracking. By Tuesday, they had pulled it all back, the memo back altogether. Chaos, confusion, manufactured crisis. Just this past weekend, President Trump announced 25% tariffs on our 2 most important trading partners, Mexico and Canada, as well as 10% tariffs on China. Across the board, the Wall Street Journal issued a op-ed, the dumbest trade war in history. This is not a Democratic rag. This is the Wall Street Journal calling it the dumbest trade war in history. And evidently, the president got the message because within just a couple of days, he paused the threat against our trading partners in Canada and Mexico. And today, for the past week, our phones have been ringing off the hooks again, this time talking about the fact that an individual who didn't receive a single vote, a billionaire who controls the largest or one of the largest social media platforms, who would benefit from having access to data, classified, confidential, personal data of Americans, was, in fact, given unfettered access to that confidential personal information of Americans. Their pay information, their social security numbers, health care information, all of this is now in the hands of Elon Musk, who no one in this country voted for, no one empowered him to try to control our government, a man who was positioned to reap billions of dollars off the personal information of the American people and gain his own personal power, is now having access to that information. We need to make sure that this stops. Those are just 3 examples of the chaos, crisis, and confusion sowed by this administration in just 2 weeks. And yet none of this has focused on bringing down the cost of eggs or the cost of living for the American people. That's why we're here tonight, calling on the administration, calling on our colleagues in Congress to work with the Democrats, to work together to focus on the economy, to make life easier for all American families, to help families get ahead and lift their children up for a better future. So now I'd like to call on some of my other colleagues. I'm first going to yield to my friend Salud Carbajal from the great state of California.
Thank you, Chairman Snyder. I am proud to stand here as Vice Chair of the New Democrat Coalition to make it clear that we are here, 5 weeks into this new Congress, fighting to end the chaos of this new administration and get us back to what the American people elected us to do: lowering costs, promoting safer communities, and actually governing. The American people elected us to tackle the cost of living, not cut public education. The American people elected us to lower the price of groceries, not declare trade wars with allies that will raise those prices for Americans even further. Mr. Speaker, the American people elected us to ensure their communities are protected, not give billionaires backdoors into their personal data. I want the American people to see this. This room is empty. The majority has gone home for tonight. We have not even tackled one bill this whole week to deal with the high costs. This is a co-equal branch of government. But my colleagues seem content to give up our congressional power of the purse. Where is the so-called party of law and order? That party is willing to look the other way on enforcing the law, like the laws that protect funding approved by Congress, into law. The self-proclaimed party of law and order is willing to let chaos reign and thousands of Americans see the funding they rely on to get frozen, their benefits put on the chopping block, and even their jobs eliminated by what? An unelected billionaire. My constituents are crying out for us to do something, and I want to assure them we are doing something. We are here even as they get ready to turn off the lights, working to craft legislation that will block right-wing activists and the use of our power in this chamber to halt all the efforts to deny the law and promote chaos over order. New Dems are the tip of the spear. We will fight ill-conceived tariffs, plot to raise your taxes, to pay for tax cuts for who? The richest people in our country. Fight invasions of your privacy. And of course, we will fight to deliver what we hear every single day: lower the cost of living, make our communities safer, and stop the chaos and gridlock. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Again, I want to thank Salud Carbajal from California, and he touched on a critical thing. The Republicans are literally trying to take money from hardworking families to pay for tax cuts for those who need it the least, for billionaires like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, or for the president's family. The president threatened to put tariffs on our trading partners, Canada and Mexico. That is a tax on American families. We are not going to let it stand. That's why the outcry is important. That's why it's important we are here tonight. I'm proud to yield now to a dear friend from Florida, Congressman Darren Soto.
Thank you, my dear friend from Illinois, Mr. Schneider. Mr. Speaker, you may have heard this, but inflation was one of the biggest issues in this last election. Let's take you a little ways back here. We saw during the height of the pandemic, it caused global inflation. Supply chains broke down, production broke down, and every country felt it, even the U.S. Inflation at one point rose as high as 9%. But over many months and many years, and through efforts to boost production, to improve supply chains, to improve our infrastructure, to get back to normal, we saw it go down to as low as 2.4% in September of 2024. 2.4%. Groceries and housing specifically have been a challenge. When President Trump took office, inflation was still under 3%. Still under 3%. Hundreds of executive orders have been signed. Some divisive, some illegal, but few, if any, address lowering costs for the American people. Many may have even increased costs. First, the tariffs, chaos against our own allies. And President Trump admitted, well, this may cause some pain for Americans. Don't we remember he ran on lowering costs? Or maybe that was just a joke to get elected. Because now suddenly we're going to have to accept some pain because of tariffs that he's trying to impose on the American people. Tariffs equal inflation. Tariffs equal taxes on American consumers. And then immigration. You know, we had a workforce shortage for many years. And then over time, through legal programs like temporary protective status and parole in other areas, booming states like Florida, and particularly Central Florida, South Florida, and Tampa Bay, benefited by these legal programs. So when you look at housing, which there's a huge shortage, 30–40% of the industry relies on immigrant labor. And that's after trying to get every American we can to work to help build housing. Also with commercial real estate, the same thing. And so what do we see? Food prices already starting to creep back up, and housing prices, same deal. Eggs. Gosh, remember, I can't afford eggs, bro. That was like a huge deal during the election. We saw eggs down to about $2 only a couple months ago. Now, $7, almost $8. Back in the day, it was, oh, it's President Biden. Now we have MAGA supporters going into intimate detail on the bird flu. Funny. Last time that happened, that wasn't the explanation at all. It was, oh, Biden, this and that. And now, science and thoughtful answers to explain inflation that's happening under President Trump now. And then this was the craziest thing, Mr. Speaker. Apparently, it's dishonoring, folks, for us to even talk about how these policies will raise costs right up again that went down to as low as 2.4% a few months ago, still under 3% when President Trump was sworn in. But it could get worse if the Trump tax scam 2.0 gets passed. The Inflation Reduction Act, it allowed for prescription drug savings for all seniors under Medicare, a cap of $2,000 a year. Most seniors were paying up until this year, $3,500 was the cap last year. There was no cap before that, Mr. Speaker, and they're paying $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 or more in out-of-pocket expenses. Now, seniors won't pay more than $2,000 a year for their prescription drugs. But if we see the majority take a sledgehammer to the IRA, that savings goes away for seniors across the nation. Just when they got it, that savings, lowering costs for our seniors, it could go away. And then the Obamacare subsidies. Oh my gosh, have we not seen the majority learn? Have Republicans not learned from now? First of all, there's no plan. There's no alternative. It's been over 10 years. And by the way, since then, we've seen states like Florida have the largest Obamacare exchange in the nation. 4.6 million Floridians from President Trump's home state, more than any other state in the union, get their health care through Obamacare, through the ACA exchange. Do you know what happens if the Obamacare subsidies go away, Mr. Speaker? A family of four will see their health care increase by $8,000 to $10,000 a year. That's a lot of eggs. That's a lot of costs that people are going to have to shoulder that will cripple families And you know what else is going to happen? Then we're going to have more people without health insurance. And then it's going to cost taxpayers through the emergency room. And this is not how you make America healthy again, Mr. Speaker. It's how you make America sicker. So why would anybody want to eliminate these health care savings? What could possibly be so important? Can you believe it's to cut taxes for billionaires? So my constituents, $8,000 to $10,000 in increases in their health insurance. Seniors across the nation who have a $2,000 cap on prescription drugs, they're going to have to, little old ladies who are trying to pay out of their pockets for prescription drugs. Our seniors, our men and our women, they're going to have to forego those savings because the top 1%, the top 0.1%, well, they need more tax cuts. Are you serious? Is this what people voted for? Heck no. And the last time we saw that happen, we saw this chamber flip quicker than you could possibly imagine. It was sad. It didn't have to be that way. The record is clear. President Trump inherited a strong economy from President Biden. I'm going to repeat that. President Trump inherited a strong economy from President Biden. High growth, big job numbers, inflation below 3%, 2.9% to be exact, as of the end of January. So here's a simple measure. We'll see over the next couple months. Will costs go up or will they go down? Will grocery prices go up or will they go down? Will housing prices go up or will they go down? Democrats stand ready to work in a bipartisan manner to keep our economy running strong. This is the second closest House in the history of the nation. There are 3 votes separating Democrats from Republicans in this chamber. Actually, 1 vote right now because of the folks who had to go on to the Trump administration. So we can easily work together to resolve these things, or you go it alone in some big reconciliation package for billionaires, and then we see what happens in these very easily tracked measures. But most of all, people will see it when they want to buy a home, when they want to go to the grocery store, when they want to go on vacation down to Orlando, which we welcome everybody to come to, or if they want to buy a new car. All these things Americans are going to be watching. We need to work together. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. And let me now turn it over to a colleague from the great state of Virginia, also a member of the leadership team for the New Democrat Coalition, my dear friend Jennifer McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the chair of the New Dems Coalition, Brad Schneider, for organizing this special order hour so that we can talk about the Trump, Vance, Musk administration's erratic and senseless attacks on the federal government, their federal hiring freeze, their ill-conceived and short-sighted actions in the first 2 weeks, and how they are actually going to raise costs for the American people, not lower costs for the American people. You've heard about the tariffs that were on and then off, paused, except against China. Before the tariffs were announced, I was meeting with local leaders across my district, from the rural southern end to the urban northern end. My farmers were worried about the trade war that the tariffs would unleash and how it would decimate the largest industry in Virginia, which is agriculture. The seniors across the district were worried about the impact that rescinding efforts to reduce prescription drug costs would have on their health care bills. Other seniors were worried about how attacks on energy efficiency programs that they use to weatherize their homes and reduce their electric bills would lead to higher utility bills. We've seen whole flocks of poultry farms, the chickens on poultry farms, having to be put down, which will impact the cost of eggs that so many people supposedly voted this election because of their worry about. We have seen hardworking federal employees whose jobs are at risk, who fear whether or not they will receive their pension if they take this illegal offer to buy them out. And if they read the fine print of the documents that just now are starting to be given to them, they'll find that they just might. I don't think any of that lowers cost. What it does is throw the American government, which so many people rely on, into chaos, grinding it to a halt, and that was the point. But what we're going to find is that that does not lower costs. It hurts the American people, and the New Democrat Coalition will fight it every step of the way. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we heard in the last half hour or so people talking about the rising cost of eggs, and they talked about the fact that there is a bird flu epidemic that is devastating our flocks. The Centers for Disease Control is being cut by the Trump administration at a time when we need their work more than ever to try to make sure that this horrible epidemic comes to an end and costs come down for American families. Thing is, Trump and the House Republicans are plotting cuts to a whole host of programs across our government, programs providing services to seniors and veterans with health care, programs feeding hungry families and their children, and more. And all of these cuts are simply to pay for taxes, for tax cuts for their billionaire friends like Elon Musk and others. The New Dems will continue fighting on behalf of the American people to cut inflation, to improve the lives of hard-working families, and make our communities safer and our national security stronger. If Trump's tax on American consumers with his tariffs goes through on Canada and Mexico, American consumers are going to see a 25% increase on many essentials, as well as things like cars and appliances, just taking the trip to the grocery. While Trump is waging war on American savings and bank accounts, the New Dems will continue to fight to lower inflation and cut costs for hardworking families. And by giving Elon Musk and his minions unfettered access to American citizens' personal information, he is putting at risk Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid, Head Start, so much other information. The New Dems will continue to work with our colleagues in the Democratic caucus on legislation to prevent unlawful access to this information. We are prepared to stand strong on behalf of the American people. We are prepared to stay focused on the economy and do everything we can to make people's lives easier, to make their future and their children's future better, and to preserve our dear country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
I do. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor shall say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.